evening and good afternoon and good evening to those living in the Far East. Today we're joined by members from over 30 regions of Russia. And good morning to our colleagues from the UK, because we have this 3-hour time difference, but we are very grateful for your being here today. We start our 2 days marathon, and we'll be discussing topics about green transformation of the city, how green practices can affect communities' development and influence them, how they create positive vibes, how and atmosphere, how green practice becomes cultural resource for development, for regional and urban development. We have used British experience, and our case laboratory is supported by the Department of Culture and Education from the British Council. Why Britain? Over the past 20 years, we've been very active in sending our museum professionals and library professionals to various cultural organizations in the UK. And the experience, the British experience in terms of this culture, environmental culture, working with green topic is very important for us. And during these 2 days, we'll be sharing ideas. We'll be listening to the leaders of the projects, how they started their projects, what worked, what didn't work. And in the end of our case laboratory, we'll be able to discuss what kind of a large network project has grown in Russia and what we can carry out together. How do we work today? We work from 12 to 5 p.m., from 12 a.m. to 5 p.m. We'll have a break from 3:15 to 3:45, and tomorrow we start at 10. Today, our program is done with simultaneous interpreting, and to select the language you need, use the interpreting button in the bottom of your Zoom panel. Choose Russian or English channel. For those of you who couldn't register in Zoom and are watching us broadcasting in Facebook, we're broadcasting Russian language version, and in YouTube, we're broadcasting our English language version. So I'm asking my colleagues, Oksana and Larissa and Maria, to uh, publish the links so you could share them with your colleagues. And the last uh, thing, our conference is being recorded. Those of you who won't be able to watch all the sessions today will be able to see them recorded on our YouTube channel. And I'm kindly asking you to mute your microphones while the speakers are giving their presentations. Thus, we'll be able to um, provide a proper quality of the sound. And if you don't want to be visible, you can stop your video. I think I'm done. One more thing. You may leave your comments in the chat room, in the chat, and we'll be following the chat, collecting questions, and we're going to address the questions to our speakers and moderators. And you can also write your questions in the broadcasting chats. I'm giving the floor to Olga Karpova, who is the head of the development department of the Moscow Higher School of Social and Economical Sciences and a partner of the Cultural Managers Association, to start our discussion. Olga, there you go. Thank you very much. And good morning, afternoon, evening, dear colleagues. I'm very happy that we are launching this big discussion today, this green topic discussion, speaking about green practices in culture in our cities. And we're starting with this large scale panel discussion, which is called Green Transformations in the City, communities and people trying to lead new life, to acquire new lifestyles. I think it's very important to start talking about gardening, planting, uh, something that we call green topic and green lifestyle. Dreaming of life in harmony with nature has been with people for over past centuries, and it manifests itself in various forms. Uh, when noblemen were dreaming of peasant life, uh, to anarchists imagining free labor in self-organized communes that live in nature, concept of the uh, city, garden city, that has also become very popular recently. So this green topic in urban agenda is becoming more and more influential. We see more of it, and it gains an environmental angle as well when we're talking about breathing cities and the importance of green belts in the cities, and when we're talking about parks and green islands in the cities that are very important for us, that enable us to feel the quality of urban life. But at the same time, this topic is being transformed and is shifting to a broader context of the rights to the city, rights of the citizens to make their life in the city more comfortable and more relevant in terms of the standards of the new life standards. Over the past few years, we've seen a growing popularity of co-sharing, sharing economy, sharing ideology, and all the cases and plots that have to do with all the narratives that have to do with it. It transforms our everyday practices and our ideas of lifestyles. Green topic is also often mentioned as or used as a vehicle to discuss social and cultural transformation. And our Cultural Managers Association, that has traditionally been working with social and cultural activities, would all of a sudden be very active in terms of green practices. Why culture is working with this issue? Why nature all of a sudden, and plants and gardening practices, why would they become so important for culture, for the sphere that was what used to be quite far from nature and was often juxtaposed with nature or seen as something contrary to nature? And there are a lot of narratives that are connected with this rethinking of the place that nature, the part that nature plays in our everyday life. And I would be very happy to give the floor to Inna Prilejaeva, who represents the Cultural Managers Association, and she's working with their Urban Gardeners Association. How I would ask Inna to tell us how have you realized that this topic is so relevant? Um, how is it connected with various areas of development? Why why does it blossom where where people want it? Well, thank you very much. Uh, this is where I should ask all of us, why are we so much concerned? thinking of why we have decided to work on it, and we've started talking about it 2 years ago in our projects. Maybe I should tell you a bit about our Cultural Managers Association. We are part of an international network, and we're working with communities development, territorial development, and speaking of Russia, 85 regions of Russia participate in our projects and our programs, and many countries worldwide. And over the past 20 years, we've dealt with the issue of the development resource. What could be a development resource? Where do we look for triggers and effective mechanisms? And over these 2 decades, we've launched and realized a number of projects. You can see some of the projects that we've been working on. Some of them are quite familiar to you. Changing Museum in the Changing World. We've been working for 17 years with museum projects, and within this competition, we've already had some projects that saw gardening as a new resource, and we'll talk about Kolomensk garden stories. And we've organized major actions like library night for professional communities. But at every stage of our cultural agenda, development agenda, we faced an issue. How do we select relevant topics? Where are the resources? Where are the perspectives? In terms of major projects in uh, 2009, we've become part of the Nikola Lenivets project, which is today a major worldwide known park where architects and artists work with landscape. And we at the conference, we've discussed how, dedicated to Nikola Lenivets, we were talking about how the abandoned agricultural areas could become a vehicle for development. And in Nikola Lenivets, we have a very active team, and it has its own genius loci. But we started asking ourselves, what do we do with the neighboring territories? A small village of Zvizhy, which is next to Nikola Lenivets. We came to that village, and in 2012, we started to um, ask ourselves what could be the resource of this project. We can't be interpreting, unfortunately, when we have two people speaking at the same time.
Уважаемый Елена Даниловна,
Да,
по-моему, брали
да,
звук.
да, кажется, звук восстановился. Я прошу прощения, но я продолжу. И вот когда возник вопрос, и мы собирали
When we faced this issue, when we brought together major seminars, major world international seminars, this topic of gardening practices and vegetable gardening practices, we've tried it out in Zvizhy village, because the revival of the school garden worked as a practice to revive an image of a village. So once we opened this salad bar during a big festival, so we showed this village as a space of cultural production and a place where people grow various vegetable cultures, where people are interested in showing in what they can do, what they're capable of. it became a very positive practice for people, for the locals who live there. They opened up a shop where they sell their produce. It has become part of a network. We've become part of a major European network with Fienstra artists, and we are carrying on. So this gardening experience has become a trigger in showing new future, new possible ways of survival. Uh, when asking ourselves how we feel living ourselves living in a big city, how can we affect the culture of our courtyards, and what can we be part of? We launched a project which is called the Flower History of Moscow, and it brought us to a new level uh, of questions. Speaking of a new urban dweller, an urban gardener, and we've been asking how gardeners can unite, trying to make our lives better. And this is where I give the floor to Ekaterina Gandrabura, who is one of the curators of this project. Since after realize, I mean, we are now realizing it. I mean, we're working on it, developing it. We've asked certain questions and we've gained certain experience about how this practice could be used as a cultural
Спасибо
resource.
большое, Инна. Я сейчас скажу несколько таких предваряющих слов. А, Дело в том, что я довольно
Couple of
долго работала с
words.
городами и регионами,
I have
и
been working with cities and
начала
regions for a long time, and then
музеев
I
в
shifted to the
Московской
museums
области,
field, and it was a conscious
в московских
decision
музеях,
in
в
Moscow museums,
Московской
in the worker
деревне,
and the kolkhoz worker museum. I was the
потом решила
director there
пойти в
actually,
музейный
and then
консалтинг
I
и
decided to
как-то
switch to
параллельно
museum consulting and to museum
я
curatorial work.
столкнулась
And I
с
have
филиалом
seen and I
Третьяковской
have worked with an affiliate
галереи.
of the Tretyakov Gallery is the
Они
Golubkina
ключевым
Museum,
лицом
where apart from the historical building, which used to host the
был
studio of Anna
музейный двор.
Golubkova, there was also a wonderful
Музей
patio,
«Музейный двор»,
which was
куда
used
приходили в
as a
основном
backyard. And
выставочное оборудование,
most of the time, they would just
мебель.
store exhibition
Я вдруг
furniture there
поняла,
that they didn't need at the
насколько
moment. And I thought that
запутанной
this place
жизни
uh,
Анны
is just
Семеновны
forgotten and part of Anna Semyonovna's life. She said that this garden was her miscore, was her happy place, and she
натуралистических
made a lot of drawings and sketches of flowers from her own garden.
как-то вдруг стало
Now, and I
естественной
thought
частью вообще
that it was really important for
развития
me. It was a door to better
очень
understand
длительное время
how people
в
treated their orchards and their gardens in
Москве.
different
И
periods of time
большое
in
такое
Moscow.
исследование
There
относительно
we started, we
случая
launched a short
находившихся в других
research
районах
trying to understand what actually happened in other streets, in other
обнаружили
neighborhoods of Moscow. And we
действия
found
запрета. И мы
a lot of researchers
решили
interested in the field,
собирать
and we have
материал,
started gathering
размышлять,
material and
что же мы
thinking
можем сделать,
of
потому
what
что
could we do with that, how could we
вообще
use that, because it
города
is an important part
находятся
of the city culture of
как бы
this
одновременно с
metropolitan area.
сейчас, знаете,
You know that now in Moscow
благоустройство,
there is this
озеленение,
boom of
много всяких
uh,
программ,
urban environment
соответственно,
enhancement. There is a lot of
народ
programs and there's a lot of
начинает
conflicts
заявлять
between
что-то
people
самостоятельно.
and
И
the authorities. People
как раз в
plant
этот момент
and grow on their own, sometimes
обращаюсь
without
с
proper
зеленым двориком вместе со своей
permits.
семьей,
And
потому
I
что они
wanted actually to
все
plant
иначе говорят,
flowers
что
in my
жизнь,
own
счастье
yard in
это
the city,
связано
because
с
those are my happy memories from my childhood. You know,
наблюдением за
flowers,
миром,
plants,
природой,
observing
что мы
nature.
видим,
And I thought
посмотрите,
that we would just, go out of the
значит,
apartment and plant
но
and grow.
выяснилось,
But it
что
turned out
мы не имеем
that
права сажать
we don't have the right
растения в
to
нашем
actually
саду.
plant
И вот с этого как
uh,
раз
anything in our
начались
garden.
наши цветы.
And
И
the
получилась
yard keeper
знаете,
just
такая
came and took out the flowers that we have just planted, and that was the start of our floral history. When I convinced Inna Priležaeva that that is a field of our interest, the field of museum and social cultural design specialist. So, Maria, could you please launch the presentation now? So, the idea for this project, the floral history of Moscow, emerged at that point. Okay, let's switch to the next slide. Those are the main areas of our research, context, historical, cultural context, traditions, and legislation in gardening and growing, and the function of the yard today. And those public areas next to residential buildings that we do have in our megalopolis. So we were digging for historical facts, and we have found a profound tradition of grassroots growing. And there's this legendary Travnikov garden, which is a legend. Travnikov was a person who was enthusiastic about gardening. He initiated a huge garden between residential blocks, and it actually remains till today. It's still a part of the cultural landscape of the city. We have also found a lot of initiative individuals who do plant in their own gardens, and they unite, they bring together small communities of neighbors. They know how to talk to the cooperatives of the owners of those apartments, and they manage to come to an agreement of what to plant and how it should look like. We had a romantic message. We wanted to gather stories from people, their memories, photographs, and it turned out that people are not really eager to go down the memory lane. People would just say, yes, I would come back from the summer break and take a photo against the background of the golden globes. Those are flowers with huge yellow flowers, and we wanted to bring together an archive that we would be able to visualize, but we failed to do that because there were not enough pictures. Only museums provided the materials that we were looking for. So yes, that brought us back again to the museums, to memories of sculptors, artists, writers, and that was the basis for our work. The floral history of Moscow, the floral or the plants history of Moscow, it's not what the residents can tell us. It's something that we need to tell them, unfortunately. As you can see here, the Anna Golubkina garden next to her studio in the fall, and actually we found there plants that were growing in her lifetime, and we started a Facebook page, and that inspired many of the people living in Moscow to boast their achievements in growing and in planting. One of the most active participants of our movement, Evgenia Firsova, I think she's one of the pioneers, one of the first to share her experience of, planting or turning a very banal garden in residential block. She turned it into a sightseeing place in her neighborhood, and then office centers enhancing their gardens as well. a lot of people actually tried to plant without permits and they were fined by the authorities, or they ended up having conflicts with their neighbors. The Association of Culture Managers took this intermediary part, this in between role of speaking to the municipalities, and Ina would go to the city dendrologist. Let's say my colleagues met and had in-depth interviews with the municipality workers about, what do we have the right to do in our own courtyards and what we can't do. So I think our intermediary strategy, our in-between strategy, was the correct one. Many of the participants started sharing their stories or giving us advice on how should we work with land. Let's say don't plant bright red flowers because people will steal them, and other uh, practical insights. And then there was a meeting because that was really valuable. Ina insisted for us to have this lectorium, green transformation for the city, that inspired a lot of people to find original ways to transform their courtyard, their backyard spaces, horticulture. Um, People started planting kale, this beautiful cabbage that looks exotic in city backyards, and it got quite a following. That idea. Another important part was the educational and architectural lectures and practical workshops in soil science. We have quite a lot of events, workshops, for instance, where people would design their gardens, and it all took place in museum venues. Gardening workshop took place in the Sadove Kольцо museum that has an exposition about these areas, history. And again, as I said, it was really inspiring for the audiences. Olga Karpova is saying that I'm running out of time, so I'll try to speed up. I can say that the program for us was quite tentative, looking for technologies and practices that are suitable for that area. And well, the first stage of our project ended in an exhibition in the apothecary garden, uh, where all the protagonists, starring them, you can see them with the flowers that they have received from the sponsors. And for them, that was quite a big deal. When when the lockdown started in 2020, I need to say that this project has become, a saving, something really to hold on for a lot of city dwellers. And we do have continuation of this project. There is a lot of partners, a lot of partner venues, and we just come and into other cities like Kolomna as partners. We bring together editorial and publishing houses who print books about plants, about gardening, and both for children and for adults. So that is a part of the cultural landscape, these horticulture museum practices. You can see on this photo that it's in Kolomna. You can see our laboratory in the open air, which was quite very successful, I need to say. And that would be all for now. So I have run out of time. Yes, thank you. It's a really interesting phenomenon that the association noticed and started employing it in its project and organizing or bringing together people who were quite isolated from one another, working in various cities. So, what I wanted to do now is to turn this conversation from a descriptive mode to into a rather analytical way, thinking about what are the growing, gardening, and horticulture practices as a cultural phenomenon. And I will now give the floor to Vitaly Kurinoy, the director of the Institute of Cultural Researches in the High School of Economics, and he will talk about contemporary trends in research around those practices. What are we to expect in the near future? Will we all become city gardeners and growers in the nearest future or not? How will that affect our lives? What should you say?
Thank you very much. And I'm grateful to the colleagues from the Cultural Managers Association for inviting me here and for an interesting story for the cases, interesting cases. I'm probably looking at this topic from a different perspective. I'm very happy about this whole thing, and I'm very happy to witness this turn that culture makes towards nature. I think it is a very important thing, and we'll be witnessing a very fast shift uh, with nature being recognized as part of culture. And we can see it in many areas. In particular, I mean, plants' life is like a mainstream trend in many research in a lot of research done. If we look at the human civilization, at its history in terms of interactions between people and plants, we'll see a totally different perspective. We'll have a totally different view of the civilization. And in the nearest future, the history of countries and regions um, and of the humankind itself will be rewritten in view of this perspective, because in our abstract world we no longer notice to what extent we are integrated into the natural life, into the dynamics of the plants migration, etc., etc. Just to mention, uh, the most mass product we grow in Russia is potatoes that comes from Americas, from the Americas. And we have a lot of work to do in terms of cultural history of nature in this respect. Some of the most important civilization areas that have never been described or have never been articulated. Well, for Russia, I don't know about Britain, but the history of canned goods, of how you preserve uh, your products. And we can't look at the history of our humankind without understanding how people preserved their produce, their agricultural produce. Speaking of the topics that have already been touched upon, some of the theoretical topics as well. Speaking of making cities more green, I'm talking as a Russian researcher and from the Russian perspective. Well, the cases that have been described by Katerina show that uh, the function of making cities more green is heavily regulated in Russia. It is understandable, because when you have this multi-story high-rise building and a flower bed next to it is usually made by local people, and it often looks strange, or many people don't like it aesthetically. And the cities who have resources for that, they just destroy such flower beds or such green islands. Um, in smaller towns, like in Sapka, we have a project of planting 1 million trees, and there was a huge issue with replacing poplars, because in the Soviet times poplars were used to plant. I mean, were planted in the cities, replacing them with lime trees or with cedar trees. And Russian, I mean, in Russia, the city or town authorities, they're limited by the existing regulations. You have to pay huge amounts of money to cut down trees. And it has to do with changes in the city landscape, in urban landscapes. In many Russian towns or cities, you have too many trees, or um, you have too many trees. Like Torzhok, an old Russian city, you can only have a glimpse of real Torzhok in winter. Otherwise, you just see this disformed green cloud. And the Soviet heritage, the norms and regulations, legal regulations, they limit our activities. A second issue is the green city idea, the beautiful case of the city garden. We know that the ideology, the urban ideology, is now shifting in terms of the way we treat elements in the city. If an old city is based on the idea of taking water away from the city, fast waterworks. If we're talking about green cities, we need to change the technology behind it. How can we save this element? How can we use water for the plants? Uh, but so far, I haven't seen a serious discussion about it in our urban planning agenda. The third issue concerns museums and gardens and vegetable gardens. And over the past few years, we've seen some very interesting initiatives. The latest Patanin Foundation competition featured a project of the Bajov Memorial House in Sisarka, where they focused uh, on the garden, the vegetable garden, which used to be part of the Bajov, who was a famous writer, and this garden was a very important part of his life. And he was a creator of this Urals myth in Russian culture. Uh, Anton Chekhov, well, we know Chekhov, uh, who was a fervent critic of vegetable gardening. He wrote about it in his short stories, but he himself really loved planting flowers and vegetables in the Crimea, in his Crimean house. He had a beautiful flower garden attending to roses. So this short story he wrote, titled Gooseberry, which criticizes vegetable gardening, is more of self-criticism, so to say. Speaking about vegetable gardening in Russia, on horticultural practices in Russia, this dacha phenomena is probably a civilization feature of Russia. Vegetable gardening, according to various data, like the we have a vegetable gardening association which claims we have 60 million people with vegetable gardens in Russia, which is half of the population. When we carry out various questionnaires, and polls, 50% of the population have vegetable gardens, grow vegetables in this or that way. So in this respect, I mean, we are not unique in this sense. In Germany, for example, over a million, they have a lot, over a million gardening plots, land plots. They even have more of those in Poland, but nowhere but in Russia, maybe in the Ukraine as well, this phenomenon has grown so big. It is a very complex historical phenomenon because vegetable gardening is not peasant culture, it's a city culture, it's an urban culture, it's part of the urban culture, it's urban civilization. It means people are planting new plants, using new practices. And it is very important to understand this phenomenon in this context, in this broad context. So we're not talking about single enthusiasts. We're talking about civilization, way of living. And during the pandemic, we realized, we saw how this way of life helps you survive. Because this Soviet formula, we had an apartment, a car, and a dacha, a summer house with a vegetable garden, really worked. Uh, we heard voices saying that dachas are going to die, but they actually uh, happened to be a way to survive a disaster like a worldwide pandemic. I can talk for hours on how it came to be, and there are a lot of efforts behind it, like during Stolypin reforms in the late 19th, early 20th century, when this idea of destroying the peasant community had to do with introducing vegetable gardens, modern vegetable gardens in Russian society. It was the first wave. The second wave took place in 1920s, 1930s, when people started to have their summer houses. And peasants in 1930s, they got this opportunity to have large land plots and work on their in their vegetable gardens. And the war obviously played an important part. In 1944, a decree was signed that promoted and encouraged development of vegetable gardens and private gardens. In 1960s, there was a new wave of gardening when people started to buy more cars and going, out of the city to the countryside. So I'd like to emphasize this existential feature of vegetable garden. What is a vegetable garden? Well, in 1990s also, when uh, the country's population was forced, in a sense, to exploit their small land plots, their dachas, to survive. And it is still a very important part of the country's economy because people. We have an intruder. We have an intruder. We probably need to throw this guy out.
Да-да-да. Ну, раз уже как бы такой накал пошел,
Конечно, да.
я
Well,
вот
people are getting too enthusiastic. I guess I need to wrap up my speech, my presentation. In fact, we shouldn't see vegetable gardening as a purely economical phenomenon. A vegetable garden gives meaning to human life. Gardening gives meaning to human life. Human life. It is very important for the people of the elder generations, people who are no longer as active socially as they used to be. Gardening and vegetable gardening, horticulture is something that allows people to spend their time meaningfully. It brings us back to this partisan, urban partisan activity. And this is where we should start talking about urban gardens, something that Katya was talking about. I had a childhood trauma when I planted a tree and my neighbor cut it down. And I still live it as a childhood trauma. But uh, we shouldn't be talking about greenery, taking greenery as a setting or a backdrop. We should see it as an opportunity for the people to live a fuller life, a meaningful life. And I think that there's a lot to be done in this respect in terms of our urban regulation and in terms of giving people an opportunity to realize this existential need.
Thank you, Vitaly. Your talk has raised and touched upon a lot of questions, and we have a discussion in the chat, and most of them deal with the urban environments. And you're saying that cities need to be cleansed of excessive shrubs and trees that have gone wild, and people are saying, what are we supposed to breathe instead? And you know that the greenery helps us reproduce the oxygen and fight dust and carbon dioxide and exhaust gases. So, you know, unfortunately, we can't really go deep into these discussions. So, yes, the question has been raised, and maybe we will come back to it later near the end of our lab. There was another reaction, a question: how is the urban horticulture really different from rural vegetable gardening? Is it only a matter of scale? But I think that Vitaly has answered, saying that the city horticulture, urban horticulture, brings in new other cultures and other types of work with those matters. I don't know if you want to answer. Yes, in a couple of words. You see, colleagues, we need to pay attention to the place, actually. It's not even about and it's not even about cities specifically. I want to say that our forest regulations and forest patches near highways, which are ecological filters, it is a big, big problem for us. This system has been designed in Stalin's time and abandoned since then, and you know they're in decay uh, at that moment. As for cities losing their green or growing wild with green, you know, there are examples on both sides. As for the difference between rural and urban, the traditional phenomenon we do have in Russia, it is neither urban and neither rural. Mr. Kagnonsky said that we had a distributed lifestyle or dispersed lifestyle where when you're an urban dweller, but you do have a patch, you do have a dacha, a country house, and you have a garage, or well, so that's a complex phenomenon, mixed one. Yes, indeed. The harshness of this discussion and the acuteness of the reactions to what you're saying shows us that we are on the brink of really having to re-understand, reimagine our understanding of nature, of city spaces, of the role that people living in the city have to play, and the new subjectivity and new agency in the city. But yes, it is a heated discussion, and that shows that it's really relevant, you know. And before I give the floor, and before I move to our next topic and next speaker, I have to respond to your phrase saying that there is a turn towards nature, culture towards nature. We have been to Vladivostok a week ago. We went there and we spoke to Hero for Hero art group. They make very interesting, very contemporary projects. They record soundscapes in the forests of the Far East, and amazing results. They had this local guide who who comes from the Aboriginal people, and with their culture saying that nature is alive and this and that, and he felt quite comfortable in the forest, and then they showed to him what is the sound of a branch breaking, when he steps on this branch and breaks it. And next morning he completely changed his behavior. He would make his way very gently without breaking any branches and any plants standing on his way. And you see this simple art project suddenly shows or makes manifest that we do have a consumptive, consumerist attitude towards culture that needs to be reinvented or better thought through. So, and now we will switch to our next presentation. Olga Sinitsina, art historian, curator, member of the board of the Association for Culture Managers, member of the ICOM. And she will be talking about new approaches in sustainable development in heritage. What can museums do, and what does it have to do with gardens and patches? Well, good morning to everyone, or good afternoon. We are in different time zones, and I'm very happy that it's this way. It means that the topic of this lab is relevant and is interesting. So what I want to do is to respond to Vitaly and to support some of his ideas, and also say that I am this dispersed human. You can make a case study out of me. My one of my exhibitions that never happened, but I prepared that. It has to do. The pandemic stopped it, unfortunately, from happening. But the exhibition was supposed to deal with the history of plants and with how it is parallel to the history of human civilization, or vice versa. What is the mutual impact and plant history in science, economy, consumption, arts, so on and so forth. So I am really glad that at some point we will be able to discuss various aspects of this phenomena, but I want to go back to the project that Inna and Katya have just presented, and I want to talk about this city gardening, city flower beds, city patches, which we might think that it's spontaneous and those are grassroots, bottom to top projects from activists, so on. How does it fit? How do those activities fit the today's global agenda of sustainable development that was formulated in the UN, a very serious organization, and the place of human on the planet and the results or outcomes of scientific and technological progress. Those questions, those matters have been debated for quite a while. Is progress the positive direction of growth, or is it something that will lead us to catastrophe? So that those thoughts have been reflected in a lot of scientific discussions and a lot of speculations as well. But I would say that there is this global concern about the interaction between human and nature, and it has to do with the fact that the human behavior on the planet really, practically, is the main threat to the survival of the same humankind, you know. And I think that the floral history of Moscow, I suggest we should put it inside the context or cosmolocal context, which I believe would be much better because the globe is the planet, while the cosmos is our planet inside some bigger space, larger ones. And the second idea that I want to voice is that the idea of sustainable development or sustainable future, which in Russia is not always welcomed. Mostly we understand it here, people understand it here as sustainable economic development. But you know, the sustainable development, human civilization is such, its survival, its preservation, and if we want our children to have something in 10 years after us, yes, it does have to do with museums for sure. I'm not even speaking about horticulture and growing. I want to say that the principles of sustainable growth are relevant for museums. And I want to mention now several ideas that we have discussed in detail while when ICOM and Moscow Kremlin published uh, the Nemosofia, the book by a famous museum expert saying that museums have to take the responsibility for sustainable growth and other heritage institutions because they are the keepers of the accumulated wisdom and knowledge of humankind, both in a negative sense and both in a positive sense. So, those of you who might not remember all of them by heart, those are the sustainable development targets and goals of the UN, formulated quite a number of years ago. They seem to be abstract in a sense, an abstract classification, but nevertheless, they uh, they are quite well used. They can be used for various notions, concepts, strategies, and a lot of institutions and organizations in the world took those sustainable growth goals very seriously, including the museum community, library community. And they did include some of the items from this agenda that have a direct or indirect relation to the museum. And they incorporated them into their plans and agendas. We are seeing that happening, and those goals are relevant. And you know, those gardens and patches that we are discussing, they are part of that. Whether we are conscious or unconscious of that, not conscious of that. And I'm mentioning that because that is a message. It's a signal. You know, you can't use those documents, and your project might seem small or seem modest, but you can always, asking for funding, let's say, you can always refer to these sustainable growth, sustainable development goals. It's one of the tools of advocacy for your project. And the last general conference of ICOM, International Committee of Museums in Kyoto in 2019, which took place physically, on the plenary session, it was all dedicated to the role of museums in building sustainable future. You can find the minutes of the session on the internet, but I'm mentioning that because there were wonderful specialists talking there from Japanese museums, Hong Kong museums, US, UK, Brazil as well. On the same plenary session of the General Conference of ICOM, where all leading museum specialists from the world gathered together, there was a presentation made by a working group, ICOM working group, which was headed by this very well-known consultant Henry McGee, and this work group presented a guide, a manual that they designed, a manual on museums and how they could or should correlate their activities with the sustainable growth goals, sustainable development goals. So this brochure is available. You can see the link on the slide. For free, you can download it in PDF. And that is quite a serious tool or an instrument that can be used for your projects. And they have formulated 5 Ps, dividing all this agenda according to 5 Ps: planet, people, prosperity, peace, and partnership. Well, planet, people, and prosperity being goals, while peace and partnership are conditions necessary to achieve those goals. It might sound abstract, but if you keep that in mind, if you think of the well-being, prosperity, it's it's a growing notion, a growing understanding of contemporary quality of life that incorporates many of the parameters that are being spoken about and written about, but it has a direct relation, as I'm saying, with the gardening and vegetable patches and horticulture. What could be the role of museums when they organize their activities towards those green principles? Let me mention again, green, by green, I mean not only working with plants or gardens, vegetables, and or parks, or rural activities, agricultural activities. I'm referring to green principles that consider the human as to part of nature, and that is the achievement of the 21st century. And when the genome was decoded, and we understood that we are a part of this, we're not the kings of the universe, we're part of the of nature. And we can see also that people can try and be conscious and to deal and resolve those issues that we have generated on the planet, thinking about the social, ecological, political, economical, and ethical aspects of our activities, and why it is important for the museum to be part of that agenda, and well as other heritage and culture institutions. Why? Because culture is about values. And you know, who speaks about values apart from museums?
So who's talking about values through what? Through transformation of the environment beyond the museum. Um, uh, it's about organizing internal management based on partnership, based on participatory technology and techniques. Uh, this is what can affect the society, because museums are still seen as important cultural institutions. And in this respect, what do museums have? Uh, what resources do museums have, and what resources can they offer to the communities? Uh, how can they become part of this green transformation? Well, first of all, we're talking of knowledge and experience in studying the heritage, in preserving the heritage. Museums have specific, there are specific museum types that are focused on biodiversity, for example, that are focused on cultural history, on the cultural history of parks and gardens. We have botanical gardens, we have agricultural collections. So even in terms of their collections, they can participate in this process. On the other hand, museums have huge experience in and competence in terms of competence and communication. They can communicate this heritage, they can adapt it for them. They operate a certain value system where diversity, both biological diversity and human diversity, is one of the core ethical foundations when we're talking about, attitude towards our earth, well-being, diversity, health, inclusion, freedom, creativity, trust. This is something that museums preserve, and they cannot do without it. Museums are they have this responsible social standing, which proves to be more and more important in the museum agenda. Museums have well-developed programs of interaction with society, with communities, with audiences. They know how to build up partnerships. And in the end, we've been talking about Russian experience, and we will be talking about Russian experience and Russian cases, but starting to talk about the British experience, I just wanted to give an example of a beautiful uh, space, the Horniman Gardens, in a pretty depressive area of London, shows how you can grow a garden from the scratch, and a lot of various garden horticultural projects that are linked to the local lore museum and that have to do with the history of plants that affected human civilization. I'm wrapping up. I'm just showing the last slide. So the green agenda is so strong that even in the garden, the bee garden, uh, of contemporary sculptor, Jasmine Faradisita. She erected a sculpture, a flower girl. This sculpture allows you to absorb, 15% of this sculpture's weight is carbon dioxide emitted by the cars and vehicles that pass by. So it is an example of this unified green standing of this museum, working as a preserver of heritage and as of a very important player in the field of sustainable development and sustainable future. Thank you very much. Thank you. I think it was a very important presentation, both in terms of the sustainable development framework and in terms of the role museum play in this new value system. So to get further on and to see how museums work in these new conditions, in this new conceptual framework, I would like to give the word to Hilary Jennings from London, who is the director of the Happy Museum project, and suggest we talk about how museums are linked to happiness and how this sustainability is reflected in detail. Well, Hilary, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've just shown the screen now. It's never not exciting to be able to speak to such an interesting group of museums over from my sitting room. I've done it many times in different countries, but I never not find it exciting. So thank you for inviting me, and it's great to hear all the links with what we do at Happy Museum in the various talks that I've heard so far. So the Happy Museum was founded in 2011, and since then we've stimulated and supported museum practice that focuses on the well-being of people, place and planet. We see what human well-being as intimately connected to global challenges that we've spoken about: resource depletion, climate change, social justice. And we believe that valuing what truly makes us thrive as humans on the planet offers a compelling alternative to our current preoccupation with material consumption and economic growth. We believe that museums have innate qualities, as Olga said, which could foster individual and communal well-being and contribute to a fairer and more sustainable society. So in 2012, the Happy Museum was launched with this provocation. In this paper, a tale of how it could all turn out all right. The project set out to test the thinking through action learning on the ground in museums, alongside a process of evaluation and reflection. From the outset, holding such a broad conceptual frame was quite challenging. Happy Museum was quite a catchy and a memorable title, but people dismissed it as all about individual happiness, or perhaps part of a growing wellbeing industry. And wellbeing focused work in the UK was a relatively new field, although one that was gaining a lot of traction. We saw ourselves as a Trojan horse. So we would come in with a big smile and happiness on our face, but we were really talking about wider and challenging global issues. But over time, we saw an evolution in the work of the community of practice. Environmental themes became more prevalent and more explicit, and museums were expressing broader visions, such as a desire to frame well-being in the context of environmental and social change, and explore how museums could tackle big issues that affect society within a turbulent and unpredictable world. This image, there's a lot of text on here, it shows all the museums that we've worked with. And as you can see, it's a very big range. We've worked with large national museums, small entirely volunteer-run museums, and community-led museum of homelessness. Our community of practice includes city museums, regional museums, tourist attractions, open-air museums and galleries, as well as arts, digital and heritage organisations, a theatre and a zoo. And underpinning all of our work is a set of 6 principles developed and tested over time, which can be applied to museums interested in engaging in our thinking. The principles are not hierarchical, they're interconnected, and we're exploring them as we go, so they're constantly being reassessed. I'm going to share a little bit about each principle and then how museums have put them into practice. And if you're interested in any of this, we have huge amounts of resources online on our website. So the first, create the conditions for well-being. Our perspective on well-being holds that the quality of our lives and our relationships with each other and our environment is at its core. We explore how museums can be places for these to flourish. From a comedian in residence at a former mining museum who explored the value of humour in a working community, to the Playful Museum programme, which was developed at Manchester Museum and is now an active network promoting play in museums. All of our projects hold well-being of people, place and planet at their core. We connect our well-being work directly with research and policy on societal well-being. Our community of practice tested out how museums can be places to experience the new economics 5 ways to well-being, which are listed here: to connect, be active, take notice, keep learning, and give. And in Wales, we explored how museums' work offered holistic responses to the Wellbeing of Future Generations Act, which was introduced by the Welsh Government in 2015. A report that we developed with a group of Welsh museums showed how their activities contributed to prosperity, resilience, health, equality, cohesive communities, and a vibrant culture. Our second principle is measure what matters. From the start, Happy Museum recognised that simply focusing on increasing visitor numbers tells us nothing of the quality and depth of their experiences. We explored metrics which might give deeper insight into the impact of museums on our feelings, our interactions with each other, our learning, and our relationship with our environment. We used the story of change to challenge business as usual thinking, and this process evaluation process that starts with the why, the overall purpose, and works backwards. This methodology prioritises learning and engages with the unexpected and the unanticipated, the successful and the unsuccessful. And we created and tested a suite of evaluation tools and resources, which are now available on our website, along with case studies of many of these projects. We undertook a research investigation with statistical well-being analysis by Daniel Fujiwara from the London School of Economics, which showed the value of museums to people's happiness is £3,000 per year per person. Our third principle is be an active citizen. At the outset of the project, we anticipated the change in museum practice would be organisational, perhaps hierarchical. However, it soon became clear that impacts were often with the individuals and very personal. So we shifted focus and we built on the principle, be an active citizen. And wherever possible, we began to work with teams from across and beyond the museum, breaking down traditional silos and barriers of expertise. Research shows that when we see ourselves as citizens, rather than as consumers, we are more likely to participate, we're more likely to volunteer, and we're more likely to come together and make society stronger and more resilient. In addition, experiencing a sense of personal agency has been shown to be very beneficial for well-being. So our museums explored how staff and public can work together with different expertise, but with this equal status, encouraging connections between and agency within individuals and museum teams. Our affiliates have experimented with a wide range of collaborative working, including human-centred design at Derby Silk Mill, therapeutic models at the Museum of Homelessness, the Art of Invitation at the Museum of Now, and Scratch, a theatre-based approach at Battersea Arts Centre. Museums are largely trusted institutions in a time of fake news and offer shared public space at a time when the openness and safety of our public realm faces challenges in both real and virtual terms. So they're a place where we can learn together for resilience. In Slough Museum, community conversations aimed to make the community stronger, happier and more resilient through intergenerational conversation. The collections were a catalyst and the museum's trusted position enabled it to be the facilitator. Topics included food, health, celebration, focusing on the kind of future the community wanted for themselves. And alongside its sheep exhibition in the spring 2019, Ceredigion Museum held a cross-disciplinary symposium on the future of the rural landscape. They brought together participants from the farming community, policymakers, scientists and artists, and they took a journey from town into the uplands of mid Wales and back, exploring place and identity together. Happy Museums have connected museum collections with discussions around city planning in Reading, questioning whether a focus on driving local economic growth might conflict with the need to preserve the historic and natural environment. With worries about air quality in Breathe in Canterbury at the Beanie, and with waste management at Manchester, where they held a rubbish night at the museum. The lack of conversation around climate change has been identified as a major factor in our inadequate response. Museums can open up the conversation in a positive, collaborative and future-facing way. Manchester Museum staged an innovative programme, Climate Control. Rather than retelling doom and gloom stories of melting ice caps and rising sea levels, the exhibitions and events focused on the idea that we can't change the past, but we can change the future. The emphasis was on encouraging critical thinking, creative solutions, and exploring the future we want to live in. Meanwhile, Ceredigion Museum established the People's Practice, a monthly hub for local organisations, groups and individuals committed to tackling the climate crisis, to network, share ideas and focus on positive actions. This hub has moved online during the pandemic. And last year, in response to the global youth climate strikes, we collaborated with other organisations in the cultural sector on a resource for museums on working with the youth climate movement. Cited examples include the National Museum of Cardiff's Youth Forum, pictured here with plastic found on Welsh beaches, which they used to create a new exhibition. Museums can be a steward of the future as well as the past. They can be role models when it comes to environmental responsibility by encouraging good practice and making it visible to visitors and communities. Smart thinking about resources also makes museums more resilient and better equipped to address the challenges and economic constraints that they face. Some had no choice but to be creative about materials because of limited funding. To be a sustainable organisation in the long term means using all sorts of resources better. The images here show museums' imaginative use of natural and recycled materials for craft projects, underutilised outdoor spaces for schools activities, and even historic steam tractors, which are deployed to work on present-day potholes. Museums offer space for contemplation, a sanctuary from relentless commercial messages where we can contemplate our past and ponder our future together. They're in a unique position to engage us in longer-term thinking as an antidote to today's accelerating culture, using their buildings and collections to provide space and context for reflection and encouragement to take agency. These are images from an exhibition at Woodhorn Mining Museum, which took inspiration from the ancient coal forests underground that they were mining to explore our ongoing and complex relationship with fossil fuels. And finally, museums can help us understand and explore change. Their collections evidence the enormous societal shifts we are capable of, shifts in energy, production, consumption, transport, arts and culture, as well as in ethics and morals. Arguably, without change, museums would have no reason to exist. We find ourselves in the midst of a global pandemic and entering a period of seismic global change. We're experiencing shifts in individual and communal response, in government intervention, and in cultural norms which would previously have been unimaginable. Now, very often locally and physically isolated, we are simultaneously experiencing an explosion in online connection and communication at a global scale. We cannot yet know what will emerge from this unprecedented combination. And in this moment of crisis and rapid change, we're all faced with immense challenges, but also unexpected opportunities. Our most recent project, launched this month, is No Going Back, a peer learning programme for museum teams to think afresh about the role and potential of museums. The future is not some place we are going to, but one we are creating. He went on to say, the paths are not to be found but made, and the activity of making them changes both the maker and the destination. At Happy Museum, we believe that museums have a unique potential at this pivotal moment. They have a real opportunity to help us imagine a positive future where we might consume less, be more mindful of our relationship with the natural environment, and create a more equal but no less interesting world, where museums are not only inclusive institutions, but participative ones, and in which individuals are not only consumers, but citizens and co-creators of their own space, where they can ponder life's complexities and think about the world differently. Thank you.
Спасибо большое, Хиллари, за
Thank you, Hillary, for a very informative and presentation. I know that you had to do a lot to squeeze it all into a short presentation with very important statements that we will definitely use in our future discussion. And I think your last slide is very important for our panel, because today we've been talking about horticulture, about gardening, about green transformation in the context of new lifestyle, and we're concluding with the talk about the future, about new cultural norms and about new value systems that we are creating today. And we have a very serious discussion going on in the chat, which I'm very happy about, because we don't have time to have a full-fledged discussion with all participants present. But I think that all our colleagues are reading the chat and will somehow reflect on the discussion that is going on there and react to it.
I would like to say thank you to our speakers for this interesting and provocative a thought-provocative discussion. What we tried to fit in these 90 minutes, this discussion gave us a lot of energy to rethink many of the topics that were mentioned. And I would finalize saying that, talking about how the mission of museums can be linked to what Vitaly has said about us needing to maybe try and write a new cultural history of nature, us museums, institutions responsible for, in charge of heritage, who know the past quite well. I think that museums now, apart from their responsibility in sustainable growth, could also function within their traditional mission of reinterpreting, giving new interpretations to the history, heritage, and legacy that we do have and do know, and those interpretations that would help us creating new cultural values. And with that, I will finalize this panel, and I wish everyone a great day, and I wish us every success in the laboratory that will happen till tomorrow. We have a couple of minutes to have a break. I will now ask Oksana Vlasova to show our program on the screen, and we thank all of our speakers. I hope that some of you will remain with us till the end of these 2 days. So, colleagues, we will start the conversation about green transformations in the museums and community practices, giving UK examples. Olga Sinitsina will be hosting that discussion, and our speaker is Ruth Nutter from Sheffield. She is the creative producer and the curator of a number of projects, will share her experiences of engaging communities and carrying out large-scale network museum projects. After that, we will have a short break, and yes, we will have a short break from 2:15, and 2:45 we will reconvene to have a conversation with our guest from Todd Modern. Ekaterina Gandrabura will carry out this interview with Mary Clear, the leader and the founder of the Incredible Edible movement, and she will give us the case of Todd Modern. After that, we will go back to Megalopolis, and we will be discussing Moscow and discuss the new strategy of the Tsaritsina Reserve Museum. And we will discuss how a nature reserve museum can organize its activities in a major megalopolis. And to finalize this day, we will have another talk with two speakers from Kolomna, Natalia Nikitina and Kath Rosen from London. The leader of the Orchard projects. The discussion will be hosted by Fyokla Tolstaya, our regular host. And we will be talking about gardening practices and their impact on the city image and on the city dwellers' lifestyle. And we'll talk about what happens on the way. How does that involve, how do such projects involve museums? So, dear colleagues, we have finished the first part, and we will now give the floor to Olga and open the next discussion.
Right. Hello, Ruth. You're most welcome to join our conference. I must confess that I know Ruth for a number of years via Guild of St. George. That's the guild founded in 150 years ago in 1871. by John Ruskin, who is famous thinker, philosopher, politician, art critic, and artist, and whoever, and founder of one of the most interesting collector and interesting public museum. And Ruth has been in charge of a big project run by this Guild of St. George in Sheffield, Ruskin and Sheffield. And that was the project bringing together museum, community, the city, small communities in small locations, and all kind of involvement of the heritage of tangible and intangible heritage into contemporary urban practices and cultural and social practices. And I would like to ask Ruth to begin with not very well known, unfortunately, ideas and basic statements of John Ruskin's philosophy, and how it came to the fact that she had the task to bring together this very deep philosophical and serious thinkers' ideas to our contemporary life. How came that they became very up to date and very relevant to contemporary agenda of sustainable development, and how museum was involved in this practice, and what sort of things could be done and were done on grassroots level, how communities were involved, and what sort of impact did produce this project. Ruth, please.
Thank you, Olga. Hello. Thank you very much for inviting me to speak today. I'm really enjoying listening to the other speakers as well. I think I'll start off. I'm going to show you some slides about the project in a few minutes, but I wanted to start off talking a little bit about John Ruskin and why his ideas are so important in terms of sustainable development. Ruskin was a British Victorian philosopher, art critic, thinker, activist, and he was a polymath, which means he knew a lot about a wide range of subjects. And it's this holistic view of the world which is so vital for sustainable development. I think we were talking earlier about looking beyond gardening and looking at the kind of the social, the environmental, the economic factors in sustainable development. And this is the approach that I was inspired by Ruskin's thinking. Before I tell you about his main ideas, I just wanted to give you a quote that Leo Tolstoy said about Ruskin. He said, "Ruskin is one of the most remarkable of men, not only of England and our generation, but of all countries and times. He's one of those rare men who think with their hearts. And so he says and thinks what he himself has seen and felt, and what everyone will think and say in the future." This quote is really important to me because it reminds us that in a time of environmental and social crisis, we don't have to invent everything. We can draw on the past for inspiration and guidance. So our heritage, our museums are really important. Four of Ruskin's main ideas would collectively today, we would describe them as being key principles for sustainable development. Its first one is no wealth but life. And this means the fair and equal enjoyment of the world around us. And this is mainly the natural world. It's about us all having a fair share and equal right to enjoying the world around us. His second main idea is go to nature, which is about nature as a primary source of beauty, inspiration, education, and artistic practice. His third main idea is not for present use alone. And this is about creating and conserving for future generations. And the final one is the rural economy, which is the importance of craft, good livelihoods, good livings, and care of land. So it's these ideas that I based the community engagement project on, which I ran in Sheffield for over 6 years. And just to give a bit of context, Sheffield is a former industrial steel city. So it was a very heavy industrial city. And today it has a population of over 500,000. And it's considered one of the greenest cities in the UK in terms of its green tree cover. And it has a very active community grassroots growing network. So that's to set the context. Would you like me to go on now, Olga, and show the slides?
Yes, yes, please.
Okay.
Ina, Tunas.
I think Ina's going to show them. Yeah, thank you.
Ina, would you?
Рут, я поняла. Сейчас, 1 минуту, мы запустим, да.
Yes, just a moment, sorry.
Oh, that's fine.
Вы тогда продолжайте сейчас говорить, а я запущу презентацию. Запустила.
Thank you, Ina. So the title of this presentation is about engaging local communities with heritage, nature and creativity. That's fine. Next slide, please. So the Ruskin in Sheffield project took place over 6 years, and what I'd like to share with you is that you can see the top photograph. This is the Ruskin collection in the Millennium Gallery in Sheffield. It's cared for by Museum Sheffield, and it's owned and supported by the Guild of St George, which was John Ruskin's charity. And the Ruskin's collection is quite unusual. It's a very eclectic collection of geology, minerals, fossils, architectural casts, illustrated books and beautiful landscapes and botanical and ornithological drawings. And Ruskin established it in 1875 for the Victorian workers of Sheffield. So it was very much a people's collection. And so what my brief was to take all of those ideas out into the community. And you can see the picture below is of people growing and planting and learning in a growing workshop. So what I organised with 30 community and cultural partners, 76 participatory events and activities, and this is really important. Most of the activities were participatory. People could take part. We actually created them with the local communities. We worked across 6 local communities, and in the city centre, we worked with 150 artists and volunteers and engaged over 25,000 audiences and participants. Next slide, please. So before I talk about the most relevant projects to this conference in more detail, I'd like to just show this range of what the 6-year programme looked like. So all of the events looked very different. This was making a ground artwork at a big drawing festival in a park. There was street mural making. There were people chatting about craftsmanship in a sculpture. There were video projections onto a former Ruskin museum in a park, and there are people drawing and discussing nature and the future of their local community. So there's a real range of images there. But what they all have in common, yes, so some of them ranged from 1 day to 9 months. But what they all have in common is they were all based in local communities. They all responded to local interest and need. We did them all in partnership with the communities and key community anchor organisations. And we engaged people across all of the events to rediscover their local heritage, reconnect with nature, their own creativity, and creativity is really important in this, and to reconnect with each other and reimagine their local possible future. Next slide, please. Thank you. So the impact of the overall programme over 6 years was that this project really opened people's eyes to the relevance of Ruskin's ideas, especially around the environment and well-being. It sparked or strengthened social consciousness and agency to act in our partners. It reinforced the value of creativity in engaging with diverse communities, so the diversity of the communities we could engage was really increased. Fostered new community connections to build resilient networks, involved diverse audiences in planning their local futures, and it liberated new possibilities for interpretation and engagement with the Ruskin collection. And this is very important for the museum and culture sector, that we can re-look at our collections and what we have in our museums and pull out what is relevant today to help make sustainable change. Next slide, please. So the first example, this is a community garden, which is just north of the city centre. And you can see it's a very tiny garden space, and it's adjoining a community centre, which also has a library and a youth club and a food bank. So it's in really one of the most deprived areas in Sheffield. And when I met with the community organisation who ran it, I could see that the garden was already beginning to flourish. There was a small group of committed local volunteers who were coming for their own well-being, for social reasons, to build their skills and confidence. And I said, well, what can we add? What can we add? You already have a flourishing community garden. And they were very clear that they could see a lot of creativity in the volunteer gardeners, and they wanted to expand that, build on that. So we brought in an artist in residence who worked for 8 weeks with the gardeners to create some beautiful metal artworks. Actually, while they were weeding, they would stop weeding for a while. They would come and do some metal artwork. They would go back to watering the plants. So this fusion of creativity and growing was very important. We took the group of volunteers to the Ruskin collection, to the museum, so that they could see how Ruskin's ideas, they could get inspiration from some of the artworks there and understand that the ideas that he believed in were very much actually what they were putting into practice today. And it really grew the creative confidence of the gardening volunteers. Next slide, please. So you can see the photograph on the right has got some of the metal artworks, which were inspired by some of the creatures that they'd seen in the garden, and also inspired by what they'd seen in the Ruskin collection. And we also took some of those artworks and actually put them in the Ruskin collection. So we're trying to revive also at the same time the idea that the Ruskin collection is still a collection for the people of Sheffield. It's not just about showing things, it's about bringing those sustainable ideas back into the museum. Oh, could you just go back to that slide? Sorry, Inna. So just the important impact of that was the increased attendance at the garden. People could see that there was creativity as well as gardening going on, and it established the garden as a focal community space. It's carried on, that garden is still there, the group keeps going, and it's really, really strong, I think, because we really expanded what the garden was about. Thanks, Inna. Next slide, please. Next slide, please.
No.
That's it. That's the one. Okay, this project took place over 9 months.
Прямо сейчас, да, вот.
Yes, this took place
Это у нас
over 9 months in an empty shop.
на протяжении 9 месяцев в пустом магазинчике.
Is it okay? Shall I carry on?
Можно продолжать? Можно продолжать?
Пропала демонстрация, да? Не было видно?
Да, пропала. Давайте возобновим ее.
Yeah, it somehow, was disappeared. I mean, the slides disappeared.
That's it, they're back. Slide 7. Yes, number 7, please.
We hear the interpreter, so there's some technical problem, isn't it? No? Fine.
Shall I carry on, Olga? Mm-hmm. Okay. The pop-up museum, I wanted to show you this example because it's not explicitly about gardening. It's very different. It's in a neighbourhood. We took over an empty shop, and it has much broader principles of sustainability underpinning it, social sustainability, and as well as environmental sustainability. So we took over an empty shop. We called it the Pop-up Ruskin Museum. It was in the same neighbourhood that over 100 years before the Ruskin Museum had been in. So we still had the traces of that heritage. We wanted to revive that. And we invited the community to bring in their own ideas for events and activities. You can see we had a table at the centre of it, so people could always learn about their heritage. They could actively paint, draw, talk to each other. This was really important as a social space. And we were always growing everything. Everything that was in the museum was created by the local community. Next slide, please. So you can see the image on the left. That was a collection on those shelves that was created by the community. There was sewing, there were bird boxes made by local people. So we were always doing activities that were encouraging people to think about the environment, whether it was birds, whether it was the local valley nearby, whether it was trees. So all of the activities were geared towards that. So the whole museum itself was created in an environmentally and socially sustainable way. Everything was borrowed, or we bought it secondhand. We returned it back to charity shops or to the people who had lent it to us. So the whole ethos of the museum was very much sustainable. It inspired local businesses locally. So again, the power of heritage to help the local economy. The local baker began to make different loaves of Ruskin bread. The local honey maker made Ruskin honey. And all these things add to a sort of a more exciting spirit in the local community and an appreciation of their heritage. The museum was hosted by volunteers, so again it was quite sustainable in that way, and the space had a reputation for meaningful activity and meaningful conversations, so people felt safe being able to have those conversations about their local future in that space. Next slide, please. So the growing that we did do in the pop-up museum was actually very important, and it's an activity that we've done in lots of urban spaces. It works anywhere, and it's called our Seeds of Hope activity. So we invite people to sow seeds, to sow plants, put their name on a stick in the plant pot and write one of their hopes or aspirations for the future on the back. And it's a very powerful tool because other visitors can come in, they can see each other's hopes for the future. They come in to see how their flowers are progressing, and we then planted them out on the pavement. And it's an area which has very few trees really, or green space. So this really brightened up the neighborhood, but it also has a space for conversation. So this enjoyment, this fun is really important in having these conversations. They're serious conversations, but we have to invite people to have them in an engaging and an exciting way. Next slide, please. So the Ruskin Museum Makeover, this wasn't really a growing project, but it was very much part of a sustainable, whole neighbourhood, sustainable development approach, working with a trust called Healy Trust, who are a community anchor organisation who work across a whole neighbourhood from the more deprived end of it to the wealthier end of it, to try and connect it up as a walkable neighbourhood, a place that everyone feels they can enjoy, and where well-being is really important, that there's a lot of well-being activity. So our role in the project, you can see the building in the top right-hand corner with the video projection onto it. That again was a former Ruskin Museum in Sheffield. So we took it over with artists and with the local community, with themes of nature, sculpture, brought it alive with activities for a few weeks. And the whole idea was to join up the building with the park, because the building used to belong to Sheffield City Council. They left the offices. The building was going to be taken over by development, but a friends group came together with Healy Trust so that, and collectively with the Guild of St George, we could revive it to a thriving community hub. So this idea of the heritage and connecting with nature being all part of reviving the future of an area is really important. We're now working with Healy Development Trust to develop a range of social prescribing activity, which is something that museums are becoming very involved in the UK, where a doctor might prescribe a patient to go and do some outdoor wellbeing activity, sport or art, or some cultural activity. So this is a really important thing that we're working on to help develop at the moment. Next slide, please. Okay, this is a project that I was involved in. It's not in Sheffield, it's in Birmingham, which is in the Midlands in the UK, and it has a population of about 1 million people. The area that we were working in was an area of over 200 former factories. It's being regenerated, but there is hardly any green space at all. The organisation I was working with is called the Ruskin Mill Trust, and they work reviving sites around the UK and turning them into colleges for students with quite complex learning needs. But whenever they create a college, they also create a public heritage space to celebrate the heritage of the building that they've revived. And they also like to promote sustainable eating, sustainable growing. So they work with students and the public. It's a really interesting combination. So I worked with them to transform an old jewellery factory. We created jewellery sculptures, and we were showing the history of the past. But what was really important about the history was that it was a very inventive place in Birmingham. The Jewellery Quarter was known as a place of invention. So working with Ruskin Mill Trust, we expanded this idea and said, well, what would be inventive now? So the trust created a rooftop garden. On the left, you can see that's a rooftop garden that was created on top of the heritage lounge. We called it a heritage lounge, not a museum. And there is a cafe on site as well. So the rooftop garden supplies the cafe. So it's really important. It was the local community are really enjoying this now. The cafe is really well visited. People can visit the rooftop garden. And it's just a living example of sustainability in their community and a really important green space. Next slide, please. So the final example I wanted to show you is back in Sheffield, because we have so many projects in Sheffield, but it's a very different one, and it's about the cultural sector working very differently. And this idea came from an artist called Ruth Levine, and it's a really brilliant idea where she just put out a wide invitation for people to grow grains of wheat across Sheffield. So there are over 200 people planting wheat in their own gardens, in their allotments, in the school, in public spaces. And the aim of the project is to try and evolve a grain of wheat which is best suited to the region. So this is a long-term project, and long-term is important on all of these projects, to take a long-term approach. So they will carry on growing, harvesting the wheat each year, resowing it for the next year until they evolve this grain of wheat. And at the same time, it's people in Sheffield can learn how to grow their own flour and make our own bread. And it's a project that's worked fantastically through the pandemic, because the seeds were sent out to everybody. They can all plant their seeds, and they come together virtually online to compare and share photos of how their wheat growing is going. So I just wanted to show you a wide range of projects in the UK. Thank you. That's the end of the slides.
Thank you very much, Ruth. And it was a discussion in our chat at the moment. People would love to have the presentations and to study them in more details and to learn about the project you have shared with us. And I would ask you to say a few words probably about this book, which
Sure.
Ruth has finalized, I think, her work within this Ruskin and Sheffield project in the book named Paradise is Here. And it's very important, I would say a very good link, which brings together your presentation and your experience to the previous talk of Hilary about happiness and paradise. Paradise is the place of happiness. And what is it, happiness? Is it where people live in harmony with each other, with nature, with themselves, with time, with space? And just a few words about this publication, probably.
Yeah, sure. What I do in the book, I talked to all of the volunteers and the partners. We did a big evaluation of the project. So they fed back what kind of impact it had made for them. It made obviously quite a different impact in each community. And what the book will show you is the stories of change in each community. And it will talk about case studies of individual projects, the kind of our main projects. And it also gives examples of the practice. So the key elements of the practice that make for successful projects. And actually partnership is one of them, really listening and responding to the community's need and not imposing our own ideas of sustainability is important. So we find out what's missing in a community, what's needed, and respond with the creative project, whether that's painting a 15-meter street mural or whether it's asking teenagers to create tiny sculptures for their library. They're all very different responses. Anyway, so the book will give you all of the key principles for success. Just this is from my personal experience. Obviously, there are many other examples of how people do this. And you can buy the book, is available from the Guild of St. George website. I will type it into the chat later.
Can you just name a few factors of success which you have mentioned? You have mentioned partnership as very important factor of success of any community project. And what other
okay, they all begin with P, so it's easy to remember them. I haven't got the book in front of me, but our place is the first principle, which is about working where people are. Sometimes museums want people to come to the museum, and it's really about going out and spending time in the place where people live. Very, very public places. So trying to create these projects where people will walk past, places where they're walking to the shop to buy a pint of milk, so they don't have to go out of the way to find them. This is really important. Plenty of paper is one of them. Plenty of paper is about creativity, which is about always having a really simple, engaging activity for people to do when you're engaging with communities. And drawing from nature was one of our most successful and popular ones. So we just had a tray, like a nature tray of things, and tiny pieces of card that people could draw on, so that they didn't feel scared to try. They didn't have to do a big drawing. And so, yeah, plenty of paper. Taking a creative approach is really important. And I haven't got them in front of me. I should have them all. Partnership. Personal with people is really important, which sounds really obvious, but with a lot of our work, we do a lot of training with people who host our projects, whether it's in gardens or parks or in pop-up museums. So we do a lot of training so that everybody feels really welcome who comes through the door. It's a very different role to a museum invigilator or steward. So they're actively listening. They're maybe taking part alongside people. So there isn't so much difference between the people who are participating and the museum hosts. You can't tell the difference as much. So yeah, being very, very personal. Planning patiently is really important. Sometimes we would spend a year working, going to community meetings, getting to know community partners before we even started to put a project together. So this is really, really important, this ongoing conversation and developing the project really sensitively. Because you always want to leave the legacy in the community. Because we're working in different communities, when we walk away, we need to know that there is enough of a legacy for people to carry on.
And talking about the legacy, that was my next question, which I was going to ask you. You have left Guild, the project is finished now. I'm in Ruskin and Sheffield. And what is left?
So different things in different communities. In one neighbourhood, which was called Walkley, which is the first community I worked in, what's happened is the library, they were a really major partner. The library has now been taken over by volunteers, and they use all the spirit and the ethos of Ruskin's ideas. It underpins all their activities and their whole creative program now. So they see themselves now as that beacon of Ruskinian spirit and creativity. So sometimes I talk to them, they may ask me for ideas or other companions. Another legacy is that there are over 50 companions of the Guild of St. George. A lot of them live in Walkley, so they're very active in their community, and they reported back after the project that they are now working on community projects, helping set up festivals, because they gained that confidence and that training through doing the Ruskin and Sheffield project. So a lot of the legacy is in the people. And in another, just to give one more example, another community, Healy in Sheffield, which is where we did the Ruskin Museum makeover. I still work with Healy Trust. They use Ruskin's principles of peaceful, fruitful and beautiful to underpin the development of that whole neighbourhood. and I'm carrying on working with them today, and will invite other companions of the Guild while we devise this new programme of wellbeing activities across the whole neighbourhood, so across a much wider area. So we've expanded the area that we're covering there. And another impact from the Park Centre Community Garden was that they now embed creativity in all their growing projects. They never just do gardening now, they always do gardening and creative activities. So those are the kinds of legacies. And I think for the city as a whole, for Sheffield, there's a kind of a different narrative about John Ruskin. They thought, he was a local heritage figure. No one knew, he just felt like a historical figure, whereas he has been rediscovered as a globally relevant, especially environmentally conscious thinker that different organisations in Sheffield can now look to for inspiration. And this is really vital.
Thank you. And possibly, I know that your project was very successful, but possibly you can mention some unsuccessful ideas, projects which didn't grow up, which didn't develop, which didn't evolve. And how was it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think when we just work really short term in a place, or we did a project in some woodlands where we were inviting people into the woodlands because there were craftspeople making on site. And I think we were doing lots of demonstrations, we were engaging people with the woodlands, and I think it wasn't different enough. I think people could already do that in that place. And I think for the makers, it wasn't really adding anything new for them. And it was maybe because we were working in an area where there wasn't specifically the link to the Ruskinian heritage. So maybe there wasn't that grounding in the past is really, really important. So yeah, I think that was a project. We weren't adding value. We weren't bringing anything different. Sometimes it can look like a space is really exciting to work in, or a green space or a woodland, but actually you need to find the places where there is work to be done. So that didn't carry on. Whereas at the Park Centre Community Garden, where we also did a big draw festival across all of their local parks as well, we were really building on this local need. So I think, yes, that was one factor. And another factor was where we maybe held events where we didn't have time to train the hosts enough. So there wasn't that conversation with the participants. Maybe people would come to a project and they would do activities, but it was a bit rushed. They weren't actually speaking to the host properly. They weren't having conversations saying, wow, this is really wonderful. Our neighbourhood could be different. Could it be like this? What could I do next? If we hadn't trained people to do that, they were literally they were activities, not processes. So yes, I think those were the areas where it was weaker.
And my favorite project, or part of the big project, was these Seeds of Hope. What sorts of hopes did people put more often in these pots?
Yes, yeah.
Very much. I've seen some of the flowers, the sunflowers, but what were the most popular hopes?
The most popular hopes are, I think, just what we heard a lot of was people's maybe optimism that their neighbourhood could become full of life again, that it could become greener again. That was a big part of it, and that also that it would become economically more vibrant again. Interestingly, that's not what they were seeing in the project, but that was an aspiration. Was it would bring the area would become more economically vibrant again because people were more connected again. So I think that desire to have, what people really wanted was to carry on having the space to be able to discuss their future. I think it was very empowering. People really enjoyed, they wanted to be able to carry on being creative, being relaxed, being able to have meaningful conversations. I think those were what it identified as much as anything was a gap. It was a gap in people's lives. And I think the hope was that would continue.
Were these hopes or aspirations taken in consideration by local government or local cultural activists?
So different in different places. So one of the weaknesses of the pop-up museum in Walkley was that although people were coming in and reading all the time, different comments people had put, different things people had put on a map, different things people had made, different hopes. So in Walkley, they could do it during the project, but we didn't have a culmination. We didn't have an ending where we were really sharing all of this. Whereas with the project at Healy, we gathered a lot of information and a lot of hopes for the future, for the park, for the building, for the wider neighbourhood. And we had a big presentation back to local stakeholders. So the local community came back to that, local councillors, a local MP, and the council. So this was really important in sharing that learning, and that has completely shaped how Healy Trust are moving forward with their plans. So that was much more strategic, and that's where it's most powerful.
Mm-hmm. And my last question, and then we'll give some more time. I haven't seen any particular question in the chat yet, but my last question would be about networking. And of course, partnership was very important. But the projects you've mentioned and described, they're very, I would say, naturally multi-applicable, I would say. So the ideas could be taken over, they could be realized in other places, cities, towns, areas. And probably the networking did start during the project with other places, other themes, other topics, other activists in this sort of activity, in this sort of civil activity and cultural activity. Did this networking take place after or during this project?
The networking across Sheffield.
Mm-hmm.
It started right at the beginning. The networking, I spent the first 9 months before we did our first event just going around different communities, going to their meetings, finding out what they needed, and then so going to other communities and finding out what everybody needed. I think the strongest networks were built within local communities. And what is really interesting is Walkley, the first neighbourhood I worked in, I thought was very well networked, and it seemed to have a lot of groups, a lot of festivals and different things going on in this small neighbourhood. And I thought it's really well networked. But what I realised was that this project brought everybody together. So in the research we did at the end and the feedback that we got from partners was that from 12 of our community partners, who I thought were well networked, said, this is the thing that's brought us together. We were working in our silos with our activities. But when you're working across disciplines, you're working across nature, across creativity and heritage, it suddenly brings all these groups together, because beforehand, they would be maybe working on a history project or an art project. And suddenly the Ruskin project would bring all of these things together, which is the epitome of sustainable development. So yeah, it carried on the whole way through. And I would also organise every year, twice a year, a big public meeting in the city centre so that all of the different community groups could come to that and meet each other. So as the years went by, it became more important to connect across the city. And that's what we culminated in the final year, really, was bringing more events back into the city centre. So we were showcasing what had been happening in the neighbourhoods.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much, Ruth. It was very inspiring, I would say, presentation, and I really enjoyed talking to you. Are there any questions? I can't. Everybody asks if your presentation and other presentations would be available. I think the thesis will be published, and it's yeah, you know. Mm-hmm. Are there any questions?
Есть вопрос о том, сколько основных человек в
Well,
команде.
there is a question about how many people did you have on your team?
Okay, so it's a very interesting structure for our team. So I am the one paid person as the creative producer of the program. And then for me, that was the team. I then work with, I recruited volunteers. I'd fundraised a lot of money for the project, and the Guild of St. George paid for, contributed to a lot to the project. So I could pay individual artists on a freelance contract. So probably about 100 artists just on different projects, short term when they were needed, and recruited volunteers. And my team was my community partners. So I wasn't working so much with the Guild. That is not the point. I'm working with Guild companions who are voluntary members of the Guild, and I'm working in each community with a big community anchor organization. It's almost like I become part of their team as well. So it's a very fluid structure, and it means that you're able to do a lot of work because you're amplifying the number of people you can work with all the time, because all you're doing is putting together everything so that these groups of people can make something really beautiful and useful happen where they live. So it's not about having a big team. It's more of a spider's web. It's more of a network, and we're all doing what we need to do, and I coordinate it to make sure it's all running smoothly, I suppose.
One of the questions is about, did local administration or local government willingly support, did they support the projects, or did they put some obstacles before?
They were actually
pro or against?
They were supportive, because I didn't ask for them for any money, so that was good. But they were very supportive. I work with a lot of different departments rather than one person. So when we wanted to do a big street mural, which was all based on nature and inspired by the Ruskin collection, we were doing a big street mural in the city centre, and it was on the edge of a building site. So we worked with their planning departments, and they said, yes, that's fine. You don't need a license. You can go ahead and do the event. So that was, we also work with Parks and Countryside, but just to get permits to do events. And they were always very supportive, but it was, in a way, it's because we weren't really asking them to do anything more. We were just saying, could we do something slightly different here? And we had, I think we built up trust with the council. So yeah, they didn't put any obstacles in our way, I would say.
Are there any more questions I didn't? One question is about the legacy is, and you've answered already that legacy is basically in people and in the communities which start to work differently. And the question was, are they, do these people still generate new ideas, or do they use the legacy you've left, if I may put it so?
Yeah, I think that's really interesting. So at Walkley Library, where we did a lot of projects in Walkley, they have their own ideas, and I think sometimes they will come back to me, or some of the local companions that live in Walkley are going in and out of the library or have connections with the library. They will maybe discuss ideas, but really the library volunteers themselves know the range of activities that are Ruskinian, and they run with those ideas themselves, really. They're not really looking to us for ideas anymore. My concern, I suppose, is when some of the people, all of these people we've worked with, we are reliant on them passing it on to, new people coming into those communities. And that's where I worry that it may get lost, because it's only as strong as the bond between each generation, so.
Mm-hmm. And another question is rather personal, I would say. How many projects you are running at once? You yourself,
Now or during that?
normally. In
I suppose last year I'm working on a climate project in Sheffield at the moment, so I'm just developing it. So I'm not working on lots of them, I'm just developing lots at the moment. On the Ruskin in Sheffield, if you look at it over a period of a year, probably about 30 events, something like that. But I have a different role on each of them. You know, sometimes I'm conceiving them, sometimes I'd be supporting them, and sometimes it's just commissioning them so people can just do that themselves. So it's looking at very different ways of co-creating, of managing, of delivery on every project. So something as simple as a talk, you can have a lot of those going, because once you've set the person up to do that, that's fine. But some of the multi-neighborhood projects, they require a lot of holding and a lot of managing.
Thank you, Ruth. I'm looking at the time.
Yeah.
Our time is over. And thank you for your wonderful presentation. And I can wish you all success in your future projects. And thank you for joining this conference.
Thank
and sharing
you.
with us your experience. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Olga, for all your support and interest in the work over the years. Thank you.
So now we are having break. Finally.
Да, уважаемые коллеги, и мы встречаемся.
So, dear colleagues, we have a break, and we will meet at 2:45 Moscow time, and we will discuss vegetable growing and its possible impact on city life. So yes, Ekaterina Gandarabura and Mary Clear will be here waiting for you at 2:45, and enjoy your lunch. and we will start the broadcast, and we hope that Mary will be able to tune in. So, well, thank you. I thank the participants because almost all of them stayed with us, and we see a very active discussion in the chats. We see a lot of comments, and we see that this topic is really relevant for our community. Olga Karpova's question that opened today's discussion, saying that, well, why we cultural institutions, cultural managers association, why did we suddenly get into green practices? And I think it makes a lot of sense. Today's talk opens up many aspects of our own work to us, because sometimes we are doing things in a tentative, intuitive way, and we should really be sharing experiences like that. We should be talking, and I can see that it works, that we see an interesting community emerge today, us. I mean, people who I thought were working in completely different areas, but it turns out that even in their professional niche, there is an interest towards green practices in the broad meaning of the word, as Olga said. We will publish a questionnaire after the talk or during the end of the talk, and we will ask you to fill it out. And all the participants who have registered for the event will get it on its email, on their emails. And it's not a formality for us because we need feedback from you. Today, now we are waiting for our next presenter. There is a technical problem with connection, so there is a delay, but I want to say, and I will repeat that when Mary joins us, is that talking to her, it's something we have been waiting for a very long time, me and many other specialists. Todd Morden, a case, a success case, is being discussed, well, for as long as I can remember. I think it's the last 10 years at many fora, architectural fora, urbanistic fora, environmental forums, local communities forums. Architects actually being taught this case early on in their careers about, how does one involve local communities to provide joint efforts and work with city environments. Mary, and she speaks about it beautifully, about her idea that, big ideas are really important for small towns. What ideas? What are those? And well, what we really want is to hear from her. We really hoped to, and we really worked hard to engage her for today's talk. And she actually launched that movement. She kicked it off. She produced it and designed it all the time. There were similar practices. There are similar practices in our country as well. And urban horticulture and urban vegetable growing is quite popular, but we rarely talk about that. And when I'm always very enthusiastic to speak about that, and just in St. Petersburg, let's say, when I was talking to my museum colleagues, telling them that we're thinking about horticulture in big cities, and they would say, we have tragic events in our city linked to that, where during the siege of Leningrad, the whole city was turned into a patch. And we think about vegetable patches to talk about that page in our history. And I think that the topic that we have touched upon in the beginning as a popular topic, it's much deeper professionally. I mean, it's It's interdisciplinary in many ways, because immediately we see collaborations. In the first part, we have been talking about projects, specific cases. I have read several phrases about, we us having to engage scientists, biologists, botanists in our activities. And I do agree with that. Uh, we see successful projects that do combine, bring together professionals from across various fields. And for instance, our favorite columna, a case which will be discussed in detail today a little bit later on. Most of our people from our audience are familiar with columna and visited it many times or heard about the case. But in terms of practice of green transformation and co-participation, here I can see that we have a range of participants, people from across various regions. I see people from Siberia, names and portraits. Please be active. Please ask our presenters, ask questions, please network, exchange your details and numbers and emails. We do hope that this story will have a continuation on the next step or next stage. We would like to discuss the possibility of creating a network community, a professional network, interdisciplinary one, involving people and professionals who are interested in city gardening and vegetable farming. So let's ask Ina, where are we in terms of our technological glitch? So, dear colleagues, I am talking to Mary at the moment. I think we will need several more minutes because there have been difficulties, and we will get back to you.
So we'll have 2 more minutes waiting for Mary. I just don't want to fill in your gap. Okay, let's just stand by. Maybe some of the participants will have questions to the moderators of the previous sessions could discuss. Yeah, there are some questions. Maybe you could voice them over because I'm trying to open them. We had a pretty hectic discussion in the chat and discussing an issue with museums, with regions where they have museums that are trying to cut down parks for new developments, for new storage facilities. Maybe any of you would like to discuss this, you can turn your mic on and join the discussion. What do we do if we have conflicts, conflicts of interests? One party wants to preserve nature, the other one wants to develop a museum. I've been to many museums. I've never come across a museum trying to cut down or initiating, destruction. So, there was someone in the chat who described the situation, so we cannot really react because we don't know the details. I've read recently a pretty interesting comment about a small town where they're demolishing a building for various reasons. Maybe it has to do with this building being too old. I didn't get it from the comment. And the areas after demolition marginalize, and the city or town doesn't know what to do with them. And it would be great if a museum could work as a mediator, could act as a mediator, communicating ideas between the community and the municipal authorities. A lot of issues could be resolved. Getting back to this idea of discussion, participation, people participating in decision making of this kind. I now live in Vladikavkaz, and we had a similar situation when old buildings were demolished in the center of the city, or some facilities were demolished, and little parks were created automatically. I mean, they would demolish a building and plant a small garden with flower beds and benches, and it has become part of the city culture, and everybody knows that if they're demolishing something, they're not really likely to build something ugly, but rather put up a garden. And but I'm walking around and I can tell you that these gardens are normally empty. They are, of course, part of the environment and looks great. They look beautiful, but they're not part of the landscape. They're not part of the city culture. What if we could, make them part of the community life? Because we have a lot of gardeners, a lot of people who are involved in gardening, and the city center uh, is where people live in private houses, and people are very proud of their flower gardens. So I keep having this idea that we should bring our gardeners together. In Vladikavkaz, we have very good climate for gardening, and maybe they could take care of these urban plots that are now serviced by the local agricultural ministry. So how does the community learn to take on responsibility? And we are going to have first seminars, first discussions, discussing two parks of this kind, bringing in local communities, neighborhood people, and experts from the Ministry of Urban Development. We don't know what happens. We don't know how it's going to work, but Vladikavkaz is at least trying to do something about it. Do you have any examples? Maybe you have, maybe our participants have some examples of similar practices. As far as I understand, we have several people with similar experiences, but they haven't logged in yet. In the chat, we have a comment from Oksana who's writing that in 1990s, in the FCP Ecology Russia, she launched a couple of projects on environmental education, focusing at kindergartens, focusing on kindergartens facilities where they would have like natural clubs or corners for kids. And this project was introduced in all regions, and Yakutia, Saha Yakutia administration published the
Я могу пояснить.
Да, Оксана,
I can
тогда
explain.
Я могу пояснить. Я проработала 30 лет в Министерстве
I've worked for 30 years in the ministry, so I'm familiar with the legislation, and I've been promoting environmental education. We still have this project. It is a motivational project. we work with kindergartens in the cities because kindergarten territory, I mean, nobody needs it, nobody wants it. We we bring in parents, we bring in enterprises and companies that work in cities to create some space where children could, get to know nature, see what connects us to nature, and learn how to behave in nature. And this project was in high demand, and we've introduced it in many kindergartens, and we've been working on it, and it's going on, so it still exists. The information is available on the website of the Moscow University Women in University Education. You can get some information about this project. I think this project, you cannot stop doing it, or uh, it should be going on. It should be developing. When little kids would come home and explain to their parents how their parents and grandparents should behave in nature. How do we find you if anybody is interested? We're bringing these stories together, these cases together, and we'll be very happy to have a in-depth interview. My name is Oksana Tsitsip, and I'm an expert of the Ministry of Nature for the Russian Federation. And I'm working on a project, Civil Society and Environment project, and we are working on various aspects. I have agricultural education in agriculture, and I've written a couple of textbooks about dachas, about those summer houses, and about uh, the ways you can use plants, living plants, in urban environment. So there are a lot of aspects here. I don't want to go into detail here. I live next to Skolkovo, and we had an issue with those who are building here, developers, forgetting totally about the regulations we used to have, regulations for road building. We have, I mean, it's all developed. I mean, the area is densely developed. We have a lot of construction going on, and the developers suggested that the walks for mothers with prams should be built 10 meters away from highways, so which is very harmful and dangerous. Uh, so this is one of the examples when you see those regulations not followed. Thank you very much for the comment, and we do have a lot of educational projects that are connected to our cultural venues, and we have Evgenia Firsova among our participants, and she's writing about a tradition that has now been suspended, uh, voluntary work on weekends, which was in the Soviet times called subotnik, when neighbors would come together, plant plants in the courtyards. And Evgenia, are you here?
Можно я реплику по этому поводу? Я как раз прям руку тянула, увидев этот. Знаете,
Well,
субботники,
subotniks, or
выбрали
this,
они в том виде, как
they
они,
have
потому что
died
это
out
довольно принудительно,
because they were
а
not voluntarily. I mean, you were forced to participate
изменения,
in
когда
those.
они
Well, when it's when people are truly volunteering to work with green projects, these projects are totally different. What we are witnessing now, we see this contradiction or opposition between people who are forced or who are sent to the city, and do they plant flowers, they don't water them, they uh, plant grass, they just, they use money, and that's it. And we also have people who would use their own money and use their time to beautify their lives. And Sobotnik as an idea has, has lived its life. I mean, it's no longer viable. While civil practices and grassroots initiatives are indeed very important. If we have time for discussion, we have 3-4 minutes for a discussion, though. We can get back to it as well later. We have a lot of educational projects and programs inspired by the year of ecology we had, or year of environment. All these programs were short-termed. Environmental studies and environmental activities are always long-term. And if we're entering into relationship with nature, we have to do it long term. And another aspect is consumption and reasonable consumption. If you don't consume reasonably, all your activities are in vain. I totally agree, and I think that uh, if we describe the programs that are now being created, are being born, grassroots projects with people motivated not by necessity or not by regulations, but by their own wish. Bringing together such projects could be very important. I've often seen it that if you just throw a call encouraging people to go out and work, uh, the school is not always met with enthusiasm. So rebuilding, reworking these mechanisms is very important. People sometimes don't feel like going. People ask questions. Well, it hasn't been decided. Nobody, announced it. How should we go? But if you tell them that, you should come out, the weather is fine. We've talked it through, and you'll get some water to water the flowers. So it's all about culture, the civil activism culture, and encouraging people to be among their neighbors. Well, I would also like to explain, there's another matter here. What has changed? I think it rather applies to Moscow. People living very densely in high-rise buildings. Former Soviet norms are no longer in place. What I really don't like is people being totally consumers. People are happy when somebody spends money to plant trees or flowers. People don't understand that it should be sustainable. So instead of taking care, instead of recreating this balance, which is very important for your health and culturally important and aesthetically important, instead of that, people opt for something, for fast products, so to say. Uh, Although I still think
Да, да, конечно. Вот, про добровольное. Момент просто последнее скажу, чтобы вам не отвлекать тоже от сессии, что вот в прошлом
last year, well, these subotniks, these initiatives. They do happen not only within courtyards. We, for example, live next to Hadinka Park, and it has a very good director, and he gave permission, and people planted trees in the park. And I think it's very good when the park talks to the people who come to this park and offers them an opportunity. I planted a tree. It was a great experience. They even made the little plugs labels. So it would be great to have open collaborations when authorities also, enter dialogue. If we are only consumers, we are left to be consumers. We have no rights and no responsibilities at the same time. Maybe it's good we had this break. Evgenia Firsova was one of the active members, and she's in the flower history of Moscow, or Moscow flower story. And one of the photos that I showed during my presentations was of Evgenia and her courtyard. And I guess the experience that you had reflects this comment you made about consumptive attitude. You've been working on this flower garden next to your house. Do people get involved? Do people join? Do you have any joint activities? Do people make suggestions or offer their help? Yes, of course. When people see me, they know me, they would come up with questions asking. Well, if we talk about neighboring houses, well, community is larger than one house. Sometimes people, express distrust or mistrust. They don't believe we're doing it on our own. But once you tell people your story, once you start talking to them, people get involved. Sometimes people see what I'm doing, they're ready to participate. It's just not everybody wants to work with planting, but sometimes people just offer some other kinds of help, like bringing something or offering their car. Do you have an active group, like a core group of activists? We do have a core. It shouldn't be big, I guess. Not everybody is interested, but this core is larger in terms of people who benefit from it. Everybody, benefits from it aesthetically. And if they come up to you and start talking, I think this is the right effect. You shouldn't expect people coming over and help. I'm not scolding people for not joining. I think you should do it when you want to do it. If you don't, you should.
A question was asked that you will know how to answer, I guess. Financially, you buy all the seeds and all the plants by yourself, fertilizers, with your own money. Do you get any offers from your neighbors, let's say, that they want to share the financial burden, this being a public territory? Yes, indeed. Those who want to be part of it, I always ask them, how would you like to help? And people ask you, well, could we give you some money? And then asking, what would you like to see here? What would you like to get for your money? What it is that you like or dislike? Because you see, it should be really open, a really open process, and people should be contribute in the way that they can, planting or by themselves or helping by fertilizers. People should be participants, otherwise they wouldn't care about the process. We have Yelena Gorbaleva also wants to share her experience with us. Good afternoon, everyone. My experience is really positive. I'm at a loss what to say when where there's a few residents, where there are 2 stories buildings, and there are flowers next to each window, because you always, this is what you see from your window. So, if the scale is small, everyone can be part of making dreams come true. When there were no people, almost there was kind of a forest next to the buildings, and when there more people came to live there, the trees were taken down and flower beds were inserted. The cities are big. My colleague, I think that, well, just imagine a huge residential building, 5 flights of stairs and 10 stories. This maybe vegetable patches culture. It might compensate this disproportion in scale. And, well, not everyone has to be part of growing and planting. Maybe that should be the territory of those who really love it, and it must be or should be for volunteers. Like, I do that because I like doing it and I like working with volunteers. But it's about personal input, personal interest. First of all, I can't say, if you can regulate that, if you can have any sort of expectations in that regard, that all will come together and carry out this green transformation in a huge megalopolis. Luba wrote that you wanted to say something. Mm-hmm. If I may, I would show you a picture as well. Well, Oksana or Maria will try to help you. We're all trying to help Maria connect. It's just 2 slides.
Крапивна – это бывший уездный город, которым мы давно уже занимаемся.
Krapivna is a small suburban town that we have been working in for a long time. Now, you're a co-host of this event. Do you see my screen? No, not yet.
Какую зеленую кнопочку надо нажать?
I should press the green button, share screen. A green button with an arrow, and then you choose the file you want to. Yes. Mm-hmm. Very well, we can see that. So this Krapivina, we have had quite a progress. We are now opening a museum of the city community. In the former police station, we have been, we had a grant from Timchenko Foundation in 2014-2015. We spoke with local residents, and we found out that they were so eager to be part of a green transformation. Also, we spoke with professionals, and now the restoration is going on. It will be the main museum of Krapivny. It will open in spring, and we want to have a small park. We have friends who designed a dendro plan, a tree plan for the architectural blueprint. Plants and trees and flowers are wonderful, but you have to think of what's going to happen to that plot of land. You have to have a scientific approach to the greenery that you plant, and we asked our friends, specialists, to design an all-season public garden, taking into consideration the colors of trees and shrubs and plants and leaves. So this dendro plan is, well, now it's in place. And we We have discussed it also with the local communities, the assortment of flowers and the periods of their blossom. So if you can see that, though this is the register of plants, and the color boxes, those are the blossom periods. And we asked our designers to include mostly trees, or not trees, that plants that are not one seasonal, that are perennial. So the people are happy to exchange seeds. They come to every week actions, and the deputies of the regional parliament sometimes they visit us and come to plant seeds. So, but you have to be reasonable, that was my message. You have to be reasonable in what you plant. So please come and see us in the spring, and you will see what we have in the end. People in the chat are asking, well, could you share this table? Yes, you should send me an email. Well, would you please share your email address with us in that case? Yes, very good. Okay, great. So you have to stop sharing the screen, and I will send the email. Krapivna is a really interesting case. Just as the Yasnaya Polyana case, several times we have taken our grant competitions participants to have an internship there. And I can say that it was always very inspiring and very instructive in many ways. Very educational. So now we have another question from Olga Babovskaya from Chusovaya, Perm region. Her question is, and what if I want to see flower beds? And not if I don't want flower beds, but I want forest. And how do we make trees multiply, or be a larger part of public spaces? It is a difficult question that we had to deal with when in the Moscow region people were fighting to preserve the forest, the Khimki forest, and there was a lot of petitions against the enhancement projects. They said we don't need new lanes, we don't need new tracks, we don't need plastic play gardens for children. What we have is quite okay. We pick up the litter, we put wooden houses for birds, bird houses, and we love our atmosphere. That's what they said. And as far as I know, they actually managed to prevent the project that was in place from realization. So they have also organized and carried out several projects. I am the subscriber on the social media, and I know that their case of resistance is quite successful. I wouldn't be able to give you the name. I don't remember, but maybe I will remember it later, and I will send the link to the chat. You see, the impact of local communities on the work with parks and forests and the green, those are complex issues which sometimes lack one size fits all answers, because you have to understand who is the owner of the forest. And in minor cities, in small cities, it might be very difficult. We, in my region, next to Vladikavkaz, have the small town Fiakdon, which is in the mountainous part of Ossetia Republic. And there was a small poplar square park planted in the 1960s, planted by people who moved to their miners minor workers planted and now we can see people taking measurements. We suppose that developers got to the square, and the dwellers of the residents of the town came to the local cultural center, which is the only place where they could congregate, and they started writing complaints to the chief architect, the head of the architectural commission, the head of the republic. So they sent so many letters that, as far as I know, the project was stopped, put on hold. And they found out that the project was to build garages for children for families with many children. You see, all the examples, all the cases that I'm aware of have to do with very active position of the local community leaders and their work. Now, my question is to the organizers, specifically to Inna. All of that time, we have been talking to Mary, which is still struggling with the technological obstacles, and I think we might be very close to its successful end. So my suggestion or my question is, we have Yulia Kisilova, the next presenter, with us. So instead of going outside the plans or lagging behind our schedule, so maybe, technology is so weird. We had several test calls with Mary to make sure that everything goes smooth. But now I think we'll start talking to Yulia Kisilova. And after that, we will talk to Mary. Yes. Thank you so much. I thank all of you for your questions and your comments. Maybe indeed we did need a forum to discuss those matters that we have just discussed. And I hope we will keep that conversation going on in a club format. Maybe we should make it a regular thing once a month. Maybe we should exchange questions, comments. So the genre of a light discussion without any script is a nice one. So Oksana, to whom am I giving the floor now? Oh.
Хорошо, мы начинаем. Приняла поручение. Значит, мне предполагалось и предполагается, я это, естественно, сейчас и сделаю. Объявлю нашего...
We'll now announce the next speaker and the topic of our today's conversation. So this topic is quite organically linked to this spontaneous discussion that we have just had. Parks, museums, green territories, megalopolis, museum residents, the attitude of residents to the parks and the history of parks and museums being the same thing. What are the building blocks for contemporary new strategies of the Tsaritsino Museum? And Yulia Kisilova, now the floor is yours. And I would like to ask you not to, understate the importance of the previous practices that you use as foundation in your current project. Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. I will be really happy to say what it is that we are doing in Tsaritsino, and just give me a second to share my screen, and then we'll move on with the presentation. Before I talk about the practices and cases in Tsaritsino, I would like to make a brief introduction and tell you what Tsaritsino actually is and what the Tsaritsino Park is. It's, first of all, it's a museum. It's architectural complex, a museum with its collection, permanent exhibition, temporary exhibitions, but it's also a park, a huge park. It's 400 hectares. We have a pond. We have three ponds, actually. We have about 6 million visitors every year. Those are people who love the park, who know the park, who come back on a regular basis, and many of them, since Tsaritsina is in the south region of Moscow, that has 2 million residents, and for many of the residents, Tsaritsina is a place where they can access very easily. They come every day, they have activities with their children there, they have sports activities. It's a historical park. In the end of the 18th century, uh, uh, Catherine the Second invited Francis Reed, an English gardener, to design that park, and it's one of the few landscape parks in Moscow. In the 19th century, it was one of the most beloved places and most romantic cities for walks. And the beginning of the 20th century, during the so-called Silver Age, Tsaritsina was one of the most popular dacha places, country house places. Apart all of that I said, Tsaritsina is a specially protected nature reserve, and we do have animals and birds who are endangered species, and we take great care of them. At some point, we started thinking, well, having this very complex structure and such a rich history, Tsaritsina Park, how what is it for us and for the visitors? And we decided that the answer will be the following. Our park, first of all, is a museum. And to move on with that area, we employed systematic approach, and we decided to go back to the basics, to have a development strategy, territorial development strategy that we are planning to start implementing very soon. We have started working a lot with arts, with contemporary arts. We have exhibitions in the park, and we have a lot of events, two festivals that have their own audiences, and the community which loves the festival.
And I'll just cover a couple of examples. Story about our so-called historical roots it started last year during the lockdown, and it was a pretty successful story in viewing the park as a museum. When certain visual focus point become part of the museum exhibition. So we have two historical routes, a morning path and the historical path. One has to do with the 18th, the other with the 19th century. And we know that in the last century, in the previous centuries, didn't come to the park to look, to watch. They came for emotions, for experiences. So we decided to reconstruct those experiences, um, putting our visitors into the historical context. And it proved to be a very popular idea. We have audio guides. They are available on the Easy Travel platform, and about 44,000 people have watched those guys. Compared to other uh, tours that you have on this platform, it is more than average. And apart from those mothers with prams and elderly people who do their Scandinavian walk, we have more and more people who include this tour into their activities. So, looking at the park as a museum and making these tours part of their walks has proved to be really successful. So we hope that we managed uh, to to do that. Now, how we work with the community. The first case I would like to share. It happened 3 years ago in summer. Uh, we are part of a pretty busy neighborhood, and there are a lot of people who actually grew up in the park. They grew up in the park themselves. They walked in the park with their kids, so they have very deep relationship with the park. And we were approached by a group of women who said they wanted to have a more close relationship with the park. They wanted to be part of it. So we gave it a thought and discussing a format. And that year, we first planted a herbs garden. And all the members of this program, they were 65 plus, and the most active volunteer was 81 years old. So we had a couple of classes for them, training sessions, and after that, throughout the whole summer, our volunteers would come to the park, telling visitors about the plants, about herbs, uh, telling the story, the history, the story of the park, give some consultations to the visitors. They were very proud of the badges they wore. So it is a very good example of active and sweet friendship between the local population and the museum. So we first thought of it as a season project. We saw it as a season project, but at that point we started to think of a Tsaritsino Friends Club, and it was part of the of the motives for for our decision. Our club is not very big. We have about 300 people, well, pre-COVID, and 70% are elderly people, people 65 plus, people who are very active in the museum, who create their own projects, who participate in these projects, who are involved in the park's life. So we were able to develop this kind of systemic work. And of course, it's been suspended for now, but we do hope that we'll be able to get back to it once the lockdown is lifted. Another community we're working with is a larger community, and it's been 3 years that we're having a festival of historical gardens in the late August in Saritsina. And this year, starting from January, our subscribers are starting to ask whether we're having this festival. People are used to it, people are looking forward to it, and we have a lot of visitors. It's a perfect format for us. We not only show various types of gardens, we can also tell about them. We can tell stories, presenting a park as a museum narrative. And apart from gardens themselves, we always have a parallel program running during the festival. Last year, this program was carried out uh, online. Apart from experiences, we want to give people some practical knowledge. And one of the most popular feature of the last year festival was a, a course or a video on how you trim a lilac bush, for example. And this year we're planning to open up a landscape laboratory. It will be working online for now, but we're gonna make it a very applied laboratory. And we want to help people who are interested and who want to make their balcony, turn their balconies into small gardens, with bringing in some experts, agricultural experts, who will help uh, give some knowledge, share their knowledge with people who are just willing to make their balconies beautiful. Another community we're working together with, and it's a community of people who work with ceramics. We have a beautiful collection of applied art in the museum, and we work with people who do ceramic art. A couple of years ago, we launched a project that shows ceramic artworks for parks, which is a rare occasion for Russian museums, for Russian parks. Once a year, we have the so-called ceramics picnic, and we bring in curators and amateur artists and professional artists presenting their work. And of course, it's about communication. Artists communicate, visitors communicate with artists, and they get involved and interested, and they start paying attention to this form of art. So we've already gained some reputation, and this year we hope we'll have this picnic again. One more festival that we hold, and it also has its own audience. It's a festival that is called Tsaritsina for Dachas, and it is dedicated to the Silver Age, turn of the century artistic Renaissance culture. People get a chance to watch some outdoor open air theater. We have an exhibition within the museum that is dedicated to Tsaritsina as a summer seasonal area for dachas. And my last slide shows that apart from applied and practical projects we have in the garden, we're still trying to answer the question, what is a park, literally? So we launched an online project where we invite guests to our studio. We've already had 25 people from different walks of life, and we ask them, what is a park? For example, we invited rector of the architectural university, and he told us what park meant for 18th century visitors. Then we invited the head of the statistics service, National Statistics Service, and he told us how in the 21st century urban residents see a park. We invited a special in folklore, and he told us how park is reflected in urban myths and legends. So we see it as a very captivating project. We film videos. People watch these videos. Uh, so it's both an entertainment project and a social and cultural research project. We learn more about our guests, and we uh, see it also as material that can be analyzed and used further
Спасибо
on.
большое, Юлия.
Thank you, Yulia.
Спасибо.
Thank
Скажите
you.
мне, пожалуйста, у меня один такой
I
каверзный
have one
вопрос.
tricky question.
Кстати, я очень как раз рада была увидеть,
I
что
was very happy
удовлетворение ваш
to
уже как
see that
один из
uh,
стратегических приоритетов в
the that park has become a
концепции развития
strategic
Царицына. У
priority
меня
for
каверзный вопрос.
Tsaritsina. But I have a tricky
Вот
question.
Царицын расположена на юге Москвы, в
Tsaritsina is in
таком
the south of
небольшом,
Moscow,
довольно унылом
in a
городке,
pretty dismal area.
ландшафте, назовем его
I mean, the
так, да,
landscape around it is pretty
известные
dismal,
вкрапления.
with some
Да,
interesting
каких-то формах. И да, и в
venues,
общем это довольно унылое
but
жилая
it's a
застройка,
pretty
спальный
bleak
район. И вот
sleeping
представители
quarters, you
волонтеров
know.
серебряного возраста или
So the volunteers, Silver Age volunteers, as we call
которые у
them,
вас работают, они
uh,
очень неоценимую помощь приносят
they
парку, они
offer
делают много для его развития,
amazing
для его
help, and they
помогают
do
парку.
a lot for the park.
А
They
есть ли у парка амбиции
uh,
или, может быть,
does the
какие-то
park
практики, как
have any
используя эту
ambition or
волонтерскую силу,
practice
привить людей, живущих рядом,
practices
какие-то
using these
важные идеи
volunteers
по
to
изменению облика,
promote your ideas
садоводческие или
in the sense
растительно-цветочные
of
практики, которые
altering
меняют
the way
хотя бы
your
локально
neighboring
близлежащие
blocks look
места,
like.
близлежащие районы для
Introducing these
застройки или для
practices not
развития
only in the park
туристических
but
объектов.
also in
Спасибо.
the neighboring
Спасибо.
blocks. Have you gone uh, regional. I'm very happy to have this question. Over the past week, we've been discussing a project that seems risky at the first glance, but I now see that it's very relevant. We're thinking of how a museum could go outside and going into those districts of Орехово, Борисово, and the rest which surround us. I won't disclose any details because they have something to do with history. So, I mean, these districts may look different, I mean, aesthetically, but people who are living around it are very important and their stories are very important. We're definitely going to work on these projects. I mean, the outside project, the outer project. As for the nearest project is a story about balconies I've mentioned. Of course, we are aiming this project at the people who are living in the neighborhood. We are having an online course, no limitations. Everybody can use it, but we find it very important to make this project beautiful and useful at the same time. We in our greenhouse we have a program, an educational program that is dedicated to the flower language, for example, that can be used in the balcony design as well. So we have tours of one could have a message made of flowers on their balcony as well. Well, of course, we have plans of going broader to the broader audiences. I wish you all possible success. I'll have a look whether we have any questions for you. Uh, I can see somebody writing. Uh, did you have any problems with people, for example, destroying your ceramics? Because I mean, somebody was writing in the chat that kids, for example, have vandalized. No, 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 no. It always looks beautiful. It's always safe. We didn't have any problems with those. One more question. Uh, Maybe you have your own experience. In every year, Moscow have this has this flower festival when public spaces are decorated with interesting flower compositions. Last year, they had one type of flowers, and they often use flowers that are permanent, that are everlasting, but then they throw them away. I mean, they're only used for 1 year, which is not sustainable. I'm not even talking about the budget. Uh, your historical gardens festival also involves a lot of flowers being planted. I'm a great, fan uh, of permanent grasses and permanent flowers. No, our plants come from greenhouses, uh, from nurseries. Oh, there's a question from Yulia Gorbaleva. Yulia, could you share the contacts you use for volunteer work? We have them on our website, on the Tsaritsina Museum website. I think that'll be easier to find them on the website. It's available there. Can you rent flowers in Moscow? Well, you should ask a nursery. You should ask nurseries. I don't know. The park doesn't. Well, my best wishes to your wonderful museum. that is so popular among the neighbors. And well, thank you very much. You're all welcome in the museum. Well, dear colleagues, thank you very much for. We've made a decision, and I hope that our team will support us. Due to some technical issues, Mary couldn't make her presentation. We will start our next session with Fyokla Tolstaya, Natalia Nikitina, and Kath Rosen about the projects, the gardening projects and vegetable gardening projects in the city. And at 5 o'clock, we'll meet with Mary to have a proper discussion of the experience that edible cities network can offer. We'll now make a short break, and we'll meet at 4:05. 4:05, I'm letting speakers in, and we'll begin the next session. Thank you.
Спасибо большое, Юля. Юля, спасибо.
Thank you.
Екатерина. Все хорошо, Мэри сказала, что она сможет в 5. Вот Оксана, Яков, я понимаю, вот прям...
Ужасно неловко, я тоже подумала о том, как это тяжело.
Давай открыть конец.
Можно на секунду я уточню, остановилась ли у нас трансляция?